Well, a very good morning to you here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. After a delayed start this morning due to some fog, the sun has come out to play. We're looking forward to this morning's racing. We're starting with race 87, due to commence in a few short minutes. It's the men's AB8, raced over 1,000 metres, contested by 4 crews. So a quick roll call before we get racing underway for this morning. In lane 3, it's a Nepean composite crew, represented by Daniel Waddell of Nepean, Sean Ryan of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Ben Homer from Newcastle, Brad Smith from Newcastle, Odin McIntosh from Newcastle University, Rowan Hislop from Newcastle University, Alistair Isherwood from Newcastle, and Jason Waddell from Nepean. Their cox is Elise Currell. In lane 4, representing the University of New South Wales, is Chris Burns, Michael Pickford, Alexander Lazarou, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, Ben Whalen, Andrew McEnroe, James Halliday, and their cox is Angela Zeng. In lane 5, representing North Shore Rowing Club, Quan Ewing, Andy Jeffries, Declan Sally, Nick O'Brien, Kieran Shekhar, Jeffrey Beer, George Loiterton, Tom Payton, and Jane Kavanagh as their coxswain. And finally in lane 6, representing the Leichhardt Rowing Club, Edward Palmazzano, Rob Gilmore, Tom Allen, James Dupree, Thomas Newsom, Benjamin Farrer, Rob Coscart, and Charles Buzzacott, coxed by Ruth Kelly. So after a rather chilly start to the morning, the mercury has risen to about 16 degrees and the water has flattened out nicely for the commencement of racing this morning. Looks like we'll have a start in just a short moment. Some fantastic vision on the live stream if you're joining us online this morning. We are underway for race 87 to open the account. Early indication is that it's a pretty fast start by the crew in lane 3, the Nepean composite boat. So lanes 3 and 4, Nepean composite and the University of New South Wales boats are both B grade crews, and C grade on this near side of the course, the crews from North Shore and Leichhardt. Leichhardt Rowing Club on this near side of the course, looking as though they've also got out to a really quick start. One of the faster events that we can expect to see on the regatta course today. That Leichhardt boat with its rate of striking well up into the high 30s, I would suggest. Yeah, coming through the 500 metres, it is that Leichhardt crew with a full boat length advantage ahead of Nepean Composite, coming in second position at this stage, followed by the University of New South Wales and then by North Shore in lane 5. And racing over 1,000 metres looks to be that the advantage that has been established early in this race by the Leichhardt crew on the near side of the course, the grandstand side that is, they've established a lead that is unassailable, I would suggest, coming into the final 200 metres or so. Nepean Composite in second place still, and fending off the University of New South Wales to their left. Leichhardt Rowing Club looking very well drilled indeed in that distinctive yellow boat, lane 6. And they're looking poised to take out the men's AB8 title, currently held by Sydney, Mossman and Leichhardt. It's going to be a win for Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 6. Second place going to go to Nepean Composite in lane 3, followed by the University of New South Wales in lane 4. And to complete the race, it is North Shore in lane 5, crossing in 4th place. So race 88 lining up at the starting blocks. Of course, no start holders today. So starting at the 1,000 metre mark. A 2-horse race. We've got scratching in from lane 4. So just in lane 5, representing Mossman is Kim Laurie, Alexandra Walding, Sarah Ahern and Carissa Kleiman, coached by James Taylor. And representing the Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 6 is Daniela Borgert, Susan Huggett, Nikki Lepresti and Jennifer Zonga, coached by Steve Sherry. So some manoeuvring happening down on the starting point at this stage. So underway in race 88, Leichhardt on the near side of the course and Mossman on the far side, lanes 6 and 5 respectively. Leichhardt looking as though they've got away to a decent start. That crew stroked by Daniela Borgert. Of course, a representative of the New South Wales Interstate Women's Quad. In fact, that whole boat comprised of New South Wales representatives, Huggett, Lepresti and Longo, competing in the New South Wales Women's 8. And this race is shaping up to be a tight competition. Laurie, Walding, Ahern and Kleiman of the Mossman colours seem to have reeled back the advantage that Leichhardt established earlier on. Yep, so looking now as though Mossman are well on their way. They've overtaken Leichhardt and have established half a boat length, I would suggest, on them. Yeah, so we come into the 500 metre mark in this race, and it is a full length that Mossman has taken off Leichhardt. Stroke rate in both of these boats has calmed down a little bit, coming through the halfway point and about 250 metres to row. Mossman now certainly in the ascendancy. That Leichhardt crew just floating with the boys on their stroke side, so hopefully they can correct that course as they come into the final 200 metres. Not throwing in the towel, but certainly a tough ask to reel back that lead that's been established by the Mossman crew. Yeah, Leichhardt are throwing the kitchen sink, but looks as though it's going to be a win for Mossman in those red and white colours. Kim Laurier, Alexandra Walding, Sarah Ahern and Carissa Kleiman take out the women's Sea Coxless 4, and that's a title defence for the Mossman Rowing Club. Leichhardt Rowing Club, Bourget, Huggett, Lepresti and Zonga having to settle for second place. Presentation of medals for the men's AB8 race 87. In third place, the University of New South Wales, represented by Chris Burns, Michael Pickford, Alexander Lazarou, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, Ben Whalen, Andrew McEnroe, James Halliday, and their cox, Angela Zeng. And in first place, gold medalists, Leichhardt Rowing Club. Leichhardt are represented by Edward Palmazzano, Rob Gilmore, Tom Allen, James Dupree, Thomas Newsom, Benjamin Farrer, Rob Koskar, Charles Buzzacott, and their coxswain, Ruth Kelly. Please congratulate our champions and medalists in the men's AB8. So about 250 metres to row in race 89, the men's J to M double scull. This event was cancelled last year due to strong winds, contested by 2 crews. North Shore in lane 4, that's David Kay and Len Walter on the screen. And in lane 5, North Shore Composite, it's Graham Wern and John James. So that crew in lane 5, the North Shore Composite boat, was off go, and North Shore in lane 4 gave them 16 seconds as a handicap. And coming into the final 200 metres or so of this race, it is still the crew in lane 5, Wern and James, retain the advantage. Kay and Walter have eaten up a little bit of that on their way, but not sure whether or not it's going to be enough. Coming into the final couple of strokes, it's going to be from North Shore and Drummoyne Rowing Clubs, Graham Wern and John James, who claim the win in the men's J to M double scull. Second place going to David Kay and Len Walter of North Shore. So at the start line, race 90 is preparing to go. It's the men's Masters G and H8s. So 1 G crew and 2 H crews following a scratching from lane 5. So we've got to start. Just to run through the crews, we've got David Ross, Dean Patterson, David Hogan, Tim Clare, Craig Dooley, Norrie Cannon, Robert Tiley and Tim Tyndale. And their cock, Sebastian Kladnig. That's the Leichhardt crew in lane 3. In lane 4, representing Mossman, James Aroni, Lawrence Nethery, Bruce Begbie, Robert Drury, Harry Fine, John May, John Struick, and Philip Titterton, coxed by Michael Rasmussen. And in lane 6, it's a St George Leichhardt composite crew, represented by David Hill, Colin Story, Kevin Mansfield, Dennis Tracy, Paul Wilkinson, Lance Reeve and Ian Toll, stroked by Lewis Crooks. Their cox is Jackie Peel. So coming up to the halfway point, Mossman in lane 4 have gotten out to a handy lead. So this is the Mossman crew that started off go. And Leichhardt in lane 3, who gave them 9 seconds, are clawing their way back. So looking like we're going to be in for a tight finish here. That Leichhardt crew in lane 3 really is eating away at the lead established early by the Mossman crew in lane 4. Leichhardt in that yellow boat. And Mossman in lane 4 just doing everything they can to hold off that late assault. St George Composite a little bit off the pace, but Leichhardt certainly putting their foots down. Mossman look to have found another gear and are just holding Leichhardt off at this stage. And Leichhardt are now running out of water to snatch this one, and I think it is going to be Mossman in lane 4. That's a really impressive defence of a late charge from that Leichhardt crew. Congratulations to Mossman. Leichhardt having to settle for second. And to finalise that race, coming in third place is the St George Leichhardt Composite. Presentation of medals for race 89, the men's J2M double scull. And it was a win for North Shore Composite, represented by Graham Wern and John James. Please congratulate our champions in 2024. Race 91 is underway. It's the women's G2M pair. Looks as though we have a full complement of 4 boats subscribed to this race. So in lane 3 representing Mossman is Kathy Wood and Liz Burrows. In lane 4 from North Shore is Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards. Their coach is Kim Rudder. In lane 5 representing Sydney University, Lisa Cotty and Kerry Bigsworth. Their coach is Kirsten Lilliquist. And in lane 6, representing North Shore, Susan Walter and Susan Wannon. They're also coached by Kim Rudder. So North Shore at this stage in the lead, North Shore in lane 6. And they went off go, as did Sydney University in lane 5. And giving 13 seconds handicap were North Shore in lane 4, Fabro and Edwards, and also Wood and Burrows of Mossman in lane 3. So as is often the case, we'll just see what happens at the business end of this race. So after some steering difficulties, it looks as though the crew from North Shore in lane 6 are holding on to this lead. Susan Walter and Susan Wannon. Second place is tight, but it looks as though it is North Shore in lane 4. So 2 North Shore crews in first and second positions at this stage in race 91. Certainly not being challenged for their lead, Susan Walter and Susan Wannon in lane 6. Second place is tightening up by the looks of things between Fabro and Edwards of North Shore in lane 4 and Sydney University's Lisa Cotty and Kerry Bigsworth. It's going to be a win for Walter and Wannon of North Shore in lane 6. Second place is tight, but Fabro and Edwards look to have raised their rate of striking in those final couple of strokes and claim second place. Sydney University having to settle for third. Just in the final position in this race is Mossman in lane 3. Kathy Wood and Liz Burrows. Race 92 underway. It's the women's A-B pair. This race was cancelled last year due to some strong winds. And it's contested by 3 crews this time round. So in lane 4 representing Leichhardt, it's Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison. In lane 5 from North Shore and Mossman is Lucy Stackpool-Moore and Olivia Tong, coached by Guy Morgan. And in lane 6, representing Glebe, is Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe. So it's that North Shore Mossman composite crew with a handy lead. So the presentation of medals for race 90, the men's G and H8s. In second place, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, David Ross, Dean Patterson, David Hogan, Tim Clare, Craig Julie, Norrie Cannon, Robert Tiley, Timothy Tyndale, and their cox is Sebastian Kladnig. Winners and gold medalists, Mossman Rowing Club, James Aroni, Lawrence Nethery, Bruce Begbie, Robert Drury, Harry Fine, John May, John Struick, Phil Titterton, and their coxswain Michael Rasmussen. So as we congratulate men's G H8s. We've got a conclusion in race 92. It was a win for North Shore Mossman Composite. In lane 5, that's Lucy Snack-Pulmore and Olivia Tong. Second place going the way of Glebe Rowing Club's Heidi Lindell and Belindy Rowe. Having to settle for third place, Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison of Leichhardt. So on the start line is race 93. It's the men's F coxless 4. It's a race that's currently the incumbent champions, I should say, are Manning River Rowing Club. And back to defend their title in lane 1, it is Manning River and Lake Macquarie. So it's Roy Halliday, Nick Johnston, Stuart Boyd and Murray Doust. In lane 2, it's an ANU Melbourne Composite, represented by Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. In lane 4, representing Glebe and Newcastle Rowing Clubs, Robert Fendel, Anthony Stanley, Timothy Bland and Stephen Caldwell. In lane 5, from Mossman and Black Mountain Rowing Clubs, Richard Martin, Philip Winkworth, Mark Partridge and Andrew Horrigan. In lane 6, representing St George Rowing Club, Glenn Shooter, Ayrton Grania Ramos, Stephen Harrison and Alan Robertson. In lane 7, representing Armidale, John Grant, Richard Percy, Timothy Rogers and Hugh Daywick. And finally, in lane 8, representing the University of New South Wales, is Matthew Fayon, Derek Heath, David Lees and Matthew Bayfield. So while we wait for a start in race 93, we'll go to the presentation of medals. For race 91, the women's G to M pair. In third place, Sydney University, represented by Lisa Cotty and Kerry Bigsworth. In second place, North Shore Rowing Club, Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards. First place and gold medalists, North Shore Rowing Club, Susan Walter and Susan Wannon. North Shore coached by Kim Rudder. Please congratulate your medalists for the women's G to M pair. underway in race 93, the men's F coxless 4. First near complete field of the morning's racing. And all of these crews, F crews, so no handicaps here. And the conditions really have flattened out, and the sun is sparkling now, so some fantastic conditions for racing. So we'll have some updated vision in a moment, but this race looking relatively tightly contested. You can see on your screen the ANU composite boat, Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney, are certainly maintaining a healthy rate of striking, and that is the crew in the lead, followed by Manning River, Newcastle, Armidale, St George, Mossman, Black Mountain, in that order. Sixth place at the minute, University of New South Wales and Glebe and Newcastle. So those margins are all relatively competitive. We'll just turn our attention to the presentation of medals for race 92, the women's A-B pair. In second place, Glebe Rowing Club, represented by Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe. In first place, and gold medalists, North Shore and Mossman Rowing Clubs, Lucy Snackpool Moore and Olivia Tong. Please congratulate our medalists for the women's AB pair. So back on the course, the men's F coxless 4 action is winding to a conclusion, and that ANU composite crew showing their class as they come towards the line. The crew stroked by Peter McCartney of the ANU Boat Club, and they're going to claim the win. In 2024, Manning River having to settle for second, and third place, a fast finishing St George crew in lane 6. Fourth place going the way of Black Mountain Mossman. Fifth place to Armidale in lane 7. Sixth place to the University of New South Wales in lane 8. And yet to complete, looks like we're dealing with a breakage, I think is that Glebe crew in lane 4. presentation of medals for race 93, the men's F coxless 4. In third place, bronze medalist St George Rowing Club. St George are represented by Glenn Shooter, Ayrton Grania Ramos, Stephen Harrison, Alan Robertson, and their coach is Bruce Williams. Second place and silver medalists Manning River and Lake Macquarie Rowing Clubs. Roy Halliday, Nick Johnston, Stuart Boyd, and Murray Doust. Winners and gold medalists ANU and Melbourne Rowing Clubs. Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison, Rodney Stewart, and Peter McCartney. Please congratulate our medalists for the men's F coxless 4. Happy to be joined in the commentary tower by Ben Homer, fresh off the back of some exploits on the water.
Yeah, lovely out there, isn't it, today, Michael? It is beautiful conditions. Once we've had the fog burn off, it's pretty amazing out there. Now, we've got race 94, which is on the water. We're just waiting for a start. It's a women's E8. We've got a few North Shore crews. The current title holder is North Shore. We've got them in lane 1. Rebecca Hourigan, Karen Knowles, Elizabeth Lowe, Catherine Bolden, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, and Cox by Jane Kavanagh. North Shore also in lane 2, Penny Morris, Sarah Culhane, Catherine James, Sarah Abbott, Julie Bone, Annalise Appleton, and Joe Hodgkinson, with Rhonda Decker and Sydney Krieger is the Cox. Drummoyne Composite number 2 with Black Mountain in lane 3. Colleen Chapman from Black Mountain. Bridget Austin from Drummoyne. Katrina Shanahan from Drummoyne. Julie Lau from Drummoyne. Alexander Gregg also from Drummoyne with Sky Smith and Leonie Collins. Yasmin Finnegan as well, and Kathleen Hextall is the Cox. Then in lane 5, we've got Balmain, Rose Russell, Juliet Anand, Zoe Morrison, Anthea Waldersey, Maria O'Connor, Victoria Clay, Jacqueline Warner and Sasha Mitten, with Kit Hartley the Cox. The Endeavour Lake Macquarie, so CDRA Composite crew in lane 6. Kim Stedman from Lake Macquarie, Tracy Nyman from Lake Macquarie. Then the Endeavour crew, we've got Lizelle Russo, Fiona Webb, Katrina Whiteley, Margaret Churton, Diane McShane, Lindy Nesbitt and Peter Bond is the Cox. And then in lane 8, Drummoyne Composite with Mossman and Sydney. And I think we're losing a few names on the page here, but I know we've got Margaret Small from Mossman, Katrina Brangwyn from Drummoyne, Helen Burton from Drummoyne, Janine Donovan from Drummoyne. Here we go. We've got a few more names here. We've got Marcella Cox from Drummoyne, Jodie Panagopoulos from Drummoyne, Sarah Webeck, Amy Greenlease, and they are Cox by Tracy Coap. So that's about as tough as it gets, Michael, the roll call for the 8.
Yeah, the commentator's curse for sure. No, thank you, Ben. It's been fantastic to have you bail me out of that one.
What have we got, about 54 names there for that one? So
there or thereabouts. So this one, one of the more popular events on today's program. So this one should be good. No handicaps either. So some tightly fought racing to come down the course in just a short moment. Looking as though we're going to have a start any minute now.
Yeah, so we've got some racing to look forward to off the back of this. We've got men's D quad, women's F double, women's D single as well. So as we head towards the lunch break at 1:10, so we've got a 50-minute break and then about 45 minutes of racing, and then it's game over for the day.
That's right. So we can get home and hose nice and early. But speaking of, just while we're waiting for a start in race 94, Rowing New South Wales wants to take the chance just to thank our volunteers, our BROs as well, and of course to our store holders, Bont, Wintec, Perfect Balance and Croker. So thank you for sponsoring the 2024 New South Wales Masters Championships. And that this event obviously can't proceed without the support of those key stakeholders. So thank you very much. And do make sure, ladies and gentlemen, that you get your tickets to the Rowing New South Wales dinner to be held on Thursday, 6th of June. I'm reliably informed that ticket sales are closing this week, so do get along to that.
I thought you were going to say you've got your tickets. Have you got your tickets, Michael?
Oh, I've got to go rush home and buy them tonight before they sell out, Ben.
That's right. Well, I don't know how many crews from Newcastle will be coming down. We'll have to rally up a table.
Get a courtesy bus together. Yeah.
Make sure the driver's having a quiet night.
Couple of lemonades for the driver.
Exactly. Alrighty, so this one, what is it, 12:35? So we've had a 15-minute break between races from the men's F coxless 4. So what is it? We've got a little bit of time here from the original schedule that we've got here. So, and we are underway in this women's E8. North Shore, as we mentioned, so they're in lanes 1 and 2 on the far side of the course. They're going to, they currently hold the title. We don't have names, of course, but you'd expect those crews, again, will be up there competing for the medals in this one.
Yeah, and that crew, certainly in lane 1, that North Shore crew, certainly some usual suspects in the New South Wales representative boat, so they will certainly be a force to be reckoned with. Just on the screen is that Drummoyne composite crew. In lane 3, that's Drummoyne and Black Mountain rowing clubs. And just look at that water, it's fantastic conditions for 8-oared racing. It's really hard to tell this far out, but I would suggest that North Shore crew in lane 1 is looking good. Yeah, so you can see just on that BRO cam if you're in the stands or online. North Shore in lane 1 has an early advantage, certainly ahead of North Shore in lane 2 and Drummoyne Composite in lane 3.
You can just say clearly in view, well, we did say the Drummoyne Black Mountain Composite. That's the North Shore crew. That is the Drummoyne Black Mountain Composite. They're in lane 3 but they're a little bit further back, as you said, Michael. North Shore, who we saw a moment ago, you can see them in lane 1. They're certainly the furthest forward of all of those boats, but there's certainly a good row coming from Balmain. It looks in the middle of the course. That looks to be lane 5, but it's Drummoyne Composite over on this near side. That's the crew in lane 8 who are in a good position there in second. But North Shore, the defending champions in this one, they're in front at the 500 split.
Yeah, and things tightening up around for that third, the minor placings, I should say, between Balmain, North Shore, and a little bit of a distance back to Drummoyne and Black Mountain, and also to Endeavour and Lake Macquarie in 5th and 6th position respectively. So plenty to row for the minor placings for the medals between Drummoyne, Balmain and North Shore, who are still in the lead, defending their title today.
Well, who's going to get the motor going? This is as hard as it gets, isn't it? When you're out there racing, you've got lane 1 versus lane 8. You don't have a look around. It's a long way to look over that side of the course.
Yeah, that's a long way for any person's neck to swivel. Drummoyne, I should say, on this near side of the course, looks as though they just had some steering difficulties, clashing some oars with the boys on the stroke side. So their colleagues will be hoping that they've still got some more to throw at this one. But coming into the final stage and looking very slick indeed, Ben, it is the North Shore crew in lane 1. Horrigan, Knowles, Lowe, Boland, Lash, Kennedy, McBride, Blackwell and Kavanagh. And some 50 metres to row. And I would suggest they are going to defend their title, North Shore Rowing Club. Second place is tightening up. It's between North Shore in lane 2 and Drummoyne over here in lane 8. North Shore get the win. Second place is really close. I think Drummoyne Composite and Drummoyne, Mossman, Sydney, I should say, are going to snatch it. They came second. North Shore 2 have to settle for third. Balmain claim fourth. Fifth place goes to Drummoyne Composite in lane 3. And sixth place to the CDRA women in lane 6. So that's a tighter affair, probably the tightest race we've seen this morning.
Yeah, so that unofficial time for North Shore, 3:49.43. 7.86 further back, Drummoyne Composite. Look closer than that, but about 7 seconds. And then in third place, North Shore. All right, I'm looking forward to this one. What do we got? Men's D Quad. We've got some pretty decent crews, and I'm looking forward to it. But just as we have a start here, I just want to reiterate, I've got a bit of a dodgy draw in front of me. The lunch break is at 12:25, so don't go off. I think I said 1:10 before. It's definitely at 12:25. It's just obviously been adjusted from when these draws were printed. Yeah. So don't go off that, because that will not end well. All right, men's D Quad. Title holder is St George Uni of New South Wales Leichhardt Composite. In lane 3, Mossman, Lawan, Butland, Doige and the Panda, Andrew Goldstein. Endeavour in lane 4, Bowman, Bonamy, Chadwick, Bruton. They are coached by Peter Bond. Glebe in 5, Nishki, Wentworth Hinksman and Gallier. Newcastle Uni, Manning, Leichhardt, Lake Macquarie composite in 6. That is a CDRA composite. Smith, Medway, Patterson, Hislop, Endeavour in lane 7. Russo, Cousins, Henderson, Patton. This is a CDRA-a-thon, isn't it? We've got 3 crews here from the Hunter/Manning area, up to Port Macquarie as well, of course, and they're going to be fighting it out here for the medals. But I think Mossman, they're going to be strong. This is going to be a really strong crew over there in lane 3.
Yeah, and even now, just looking out across the course, does look as though that Mossman crew in lane 3 have got out to a handy lead, but certainly lane 6, Newcastle Uni composite, Smith, Medway, Patterson and Hislop, certainly in with a chance and not letting them have it easy.
Well, I have got some info on them. They rode in that boat at Aussie Nationals down at Lake Barrington, and I'm told that it felt pretty good at Aussie Nationals, so they decided to, Aussie Masters Nationals obviously, and they decided to row it again here. So they're in a good position. They're 1.47 further back. The question is, who has the gas in the tank in the last 450 metres? Endeavour sitting there in 3rd. That's going to be a good little battle for the bronze medal between Endeavour and Glebe.
Yeah, an event of 2 races by the looks of things, Ben. But yeah, 1.47 seconds between 1st and 2nd. Newcastle Uni composite contesting with Mossman for line honours. But it's certainly not an unassailable lead, I would suggest. That's being enjoyed by Mossman at this stage. Certainly plenty to row for.
Yeah, so Richard Medway, the sole Sydney sider in that lane 6 crew from Leichhardt, Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie, Rhett Patterson from Manning, Rowan Hislop from Newcastle Uni Boat Club. But Mossman with the lead at the moment, heading into that last 200 metres, and they're really ramping it up. You can see they're having a little glance. Andrew Goldstein in the stroke seat. He's getting that rating up. So too is Rowan Hislop, who's stroking this Newcastle Uni composite boat. Jeremy Smith in bow, Rhett Patterson in 3-seat, 2-seat is Richard Medway. And here come Mossman, absolutely ripping it home. Newcastle Uni composite are coming at them inside the last 50 metres, but Mossman, they have got at least a boat length, maybe some more, and they are going to claim the men's D quad scull.
That's a really handy row from that Mossman crew, and a clear win in the end for Mossman. And the Silverware stays in Sydney this year. Having to settle for 2nd is that CDRA crew predominantly.
And it's going to be Glebe here. This was a good little battle for bronze, but Glebe have just outlasted the Endeavour crew to get the bronze medal. Well, that's a top row from Mossman. So what's that unofficial time? 3:15.17. Women's F double now on the water, you can see. Now, this is a stacked field. Look at this. Well, do you like this? This is fantastic, Michael.
You've got to love loaded races.
Current title holder is cancelled strong wins. That is a tough competitor, that one. Cancelled strong wins. Now, I remember last year it was on the Sunday Arvo, so we had fog obviously this year. Sunday Arvo last year, there was strong winds that cancelled a lot of those races. Now, just run through the field. Newcastle, Wallace and Brown in 1. McCready and Ward from St George in 2. Kemp and Sanders in 3 from Newcastle. Lake Macquarie's Tess Fearon and Rowena Stewart from Drummoyne in 4. Maxwell and Kelly from Glebe in 5. Young and Poles from Black Mountain in 6. Rayla Skewer and Ellie Smith from Newcastle in 7. Bissica and Donahoe from ANU in 8. Deemar and Butler from Newcastle in 9. This is why we had to bring about 5 doubles down, Michael, for this for this particular race.
Well, you've got to love loaded bases. This is going to be a great race. All crews off go, no handicaps. So let's just see what happens.
I'm thinking that Lake Macquarie composite, Stewart and Fearon, that is going to be strong in lane 4. I'm not going to go into favouritism or anything like that because it's hard to know.
Let there be no suggestion.
It's hard to know across the board because I don't know all the crews, but I know that that is going to be quite a strong crew in lane 4. So we'll see how that plays out. So you can see that field just spreading a little bit. That Lake Macquarie composite crew, middle of the course, looks to be out there. So too the St George crew of McCready and Ward. And then Black Mountain, I believe that's a Black Mountain kit there.
We'll just interrupt this race to go back to the presentation of medals for race 94, the women's E8. So in third place, North Shore Rowing Club, represented by Penny Morris, Sarah Collane, Catherine James, Sarah Abbott, Julie Bohm, Annalise Appleton, Joe Hodgkinson, Rhonda Decker, Sydney Krieger is their cox, and their coach is Peter Kwok. So in first place and gold medalists, also North Shore Rowing Club. North Shore represented by Rebecca Horrigan, Karen Knowles, Elizabeth Lowe, Catherine Boland, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell. Their cox is Jane Kavanagh, and they are coached by Kim Rudder. Please congratulate our champions and medalists in the women's E8.
This women's F double is coming to its conclusion. I did mention that crew in lane 4, Stewart and Fear, and we're going to be tough to beat, but look at the response here coming from St George on the far side of the course. The rating has gone through the roof for them. Black Mountain, this is going to be a spectacular finish. We've been waiting for a really tight finish on this second day of the New South Wales Masters, and we're certainly getting it here. Tess Fearon and Rowena Stewart have responded. They've looked across, saw the lift from McCready and Ward. So it's between Lake Macquarie and Drummoyne and St George for this New South Wales state title. They are going down to the line, about 20 metres to travel. St George, Lake Macquarie and Drummoyne at St George just in front by about half a boat length as they hit the line. McCready and Ward with a really strong finish. The closing 100, they just went to another level and they win the state title in the women's F double. McCready and Ward, coached by Bruce Williams. Rowena Stewart and Tess Fearon get silver, and then bronze goes the way of Glebe Rowing Club, Maxwell and Kelly. Endeavour in 4th and 5th. I should say Newcastle in 4th, ANU 5th, Newcastle in 6th place. 7th away of Glebe Rowing Club, and then 8th will be Newcastle Rowing Club, and so to 9th. I should say 3rd place Black Mountain, and that is Young and Poles. My apologies there. So Black Mountain getting bronze, and then McCready and Ward from St George, the gold medal, Stewart and Fearon from Lake Macquarie, the silver.
So on the start line now is race 97, the women's D single scull. Looks as though we're about to have a start in that race. So just to run through our competitors, in lane 3 representing the Balmain Rowing Club is Anya Waver. In lane 4 representing Leichhardt Rowing Club is Daniela Borgert. In lane 5 from Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald. And in lane 6 from Drummoyne Rowing Club is Wendy Roncolato. So this will be a tight race, Ben, certainly between lanes 4 and 5, Daniela Borgert and Trudy McDonald, both recent New South Wales Masters representatives in the women's quad.
Yeah, they won silver, didn't they, at the regatta down there in Tasmania. Maybe they just missed out on a medal. But I know that this is going to be a cracking race. We always love the D-grade events because they obviously they shape the crews for the state teams.
Yeah.
And you can see here it's pretty evenly spread across the field. So Trudy McDonald in the yellow boat for Lake Macquarie, maybe just in front at this very long distance.
Yeah, I think that's right. Daniela Borgert to her right, on her stroke side, I should say. And then probably in third place is Anya Waver from Balmain Rowing Club in lane 3. But the angles can play tricks on you this far out, so we'll just wait and see.
Not as many tricks as the course at Lake Barrington. Now that is a
yeah, that's a tricky course.
that is a tricky one with the angles, especially up there in the finish tower. Spectacular course though.
Oh, absolutely. One of nature's fine rowing courses, Lake Barrington.
So Trudy McDonald from Borgert. We just can't see Wendy Roncolado just to get a bearing of where she's at the moment. Anya Weaver from Balmain on that far side. They look to be neck and neck, but out in front, Trudy McDonald, coached by Odin McIntosh. All right, let's do the medal presentation for the men's D quad. Third place and bronze medalist from Glebe Rowing Club, Christopher Nishke, James Wentworth, Ashton Hinksman and Nicholas Gallier. Second place and silver medalist from Newcastle Uni, Manning River, Leichhardt and Lake Macquarie, Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Richard Medway from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Rhett Patterson from Manning, and Rowan Hislop from Newcastle Uni Boat Club. And the New South Wales champions, Mossman Rowing Club, they're not there though, Mark Lewarne, Magnus Butlin, Alexander Deutsch and Andrew Goldstein. Where has the panda gone? Is he going to do his shopping or something? He's ducked off, so unfortunately for Mossman, they're not going to be part of the presentation, but they'll grab their medals a little bit later on as we enter the closing stages of this women's D single scull. Balmain, of course, in 4, Leichhardt in, I should say Balmain in 3, Leichhardt in 4, Lake Macquarie in 5, and Drummoyne in 6. And it's Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club who's just a few strokes away from the state title, remembering that last year this event was cancelled due to the winds. And it's going to be a win.
Yeah, well, she's looked strong from start to finish, has Trudy McDonald, and a really well-deserved victory. Daniela Borgert, a couple of lengths off to win for Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Trudy McDonald, Leichhardt Rowing Club claims second place, silver medal. And third place poised to go to Balmain Rowing Club's Anya Waver in lane 3. And Wendy Roncolado of Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 6, finalising that race in the women's D single scull. But we'll just turn our attention now to the presentation of medals in race 96, the women's F double scull. So in third place, bronze medalists, Black Mountain Rowing Club, Cecily Young and Yvonne Poles. In second place, silver medalists, Lake Macquarie and Drummoyne Rowing Clubs, Rowena Stewart and Tess Fearon. Winners and gold medalists in 2024, St George Rowing Club, Christine McCready and Joanne Ward. Please congratulate all our medalists in the women's F double scull.
So the men's G single scull on the water. This one also didn't run last year. We've got Drummoyne's Stephen Schnagel in lane 3, Peter Kemp in 4, Mark Brooks from Leichhardt in 5, Roy Halliday from Manning in 6, Paul Wilkinson from St George in lane 7. So I've been told to say some nice words about Peter Kemp from Newcastle Rowing Club. His wife Sue actually just rode in that double, which just came down the course, the women's F double. They've been members of our club for a while, and wonderful to see him out there enjoying the water. Where's he sitting here? He might be sitting in a nice spot in 3rd, maybe.
Yeah.
That'd be nice for Peter Kemp to get him out. Our times are saying that he's coming through in 4th. I'm just saying if I'm missing something. But there's definitely only 4 scullers out there, Michael. My eyes aren't deceiving me, are there?
No, that's right. So we've got Drummoyne, Stephen Schnagel over there in lane 3. And then, Peter Kemp in lane 4 from Newcastle, and then we've certainly got a Manning sculler. That would be Roy Halliday in lane 6. I'm not sure if we've got a St George sculler in lane 7.
Yeah, it looks as though Paul Wilkinson has scratched. So 4 for the 3 medals here, and Stephen Schnagel out in front from Drummoyne Rowing Club. He's got some clear water back to Roy Halliday in the silver medal position.
Yeah, certainly no doubt about the leader, Stephen Schnagel, in the ascendancy. And he looks as though he's led from start to finish and coming into the final 100 metres or so. Under no pressure whatsoever. Looking poised to take the state title.
Oh, he's just had an issue on the line, but there's that's the advantage of being so far in front. So Roy Halliday's going to win the silver medal. Now, Peter Kemp, I'm not sure whether he would have won a medal at New South Wales Masters in the single in this event. So this would be pretty amazing for him to get over the line in the bronze medal.
This is one for the folks back home.
He's going to be absolutely pumped.
Awesome.
So the top 3 all sorted. It's going to be Mark Brooks from Leichhardt Rowing Club, who's going to come home in 4th. But the top 3, Schnagel with gold, Halliday silver, Peter Kemp with the bronze medal. Now this may well be our sculler from this race. Just having a look here. Might be even a double or a pair coming down the course. Maybe they've had an issue with it. But actually, no, this is the men's E pair because it's a row over. It's a Mossman composite, Mark Partridge and Andrew Hourigan. So Mark Partridge from Black Mountain Rowing Club, Andrew Hourigan from Mossman. And they are going to row down the course. Very nice row on a Sunday afternoon, and they're going to claim the New South Wales title in the men's E pair.
Well, that's not too bad. That's pretty good. Partridge and Hourigan, are looking pretty good. 250 metres to row.
So we did have 2 in this event, Richard Lawson and Alistair Smith, but they scratched from North Shore. So these 2 are going to row down the course. And then we have a couple of events before the lunch break. We've got the men's C double. Then we have the mixed D to F8 before the lunch break, which is at 12:25 until 1:15. And then we're going to close out the program, the final hour and a half.
So win for Mossman and Black Mountain Rowing Clubs, seizing the points on offer for the men's E pair. So turning our attention now to the presentation of medals for race 97, the women's D single scull. 3rd place and bronze medalists representing Balmain is Anya Waver. Second place, silver medalist representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Daniela Borgert. First place, gold medalist and champion in 2024, Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie. Please congratulate your champion and medalists in the women's D single scull.
Which club's winning best celebrations with those kazoos? They need to be given a raise, whoever brought those. That's fantastic. Adding to the atmosphere here at the New South Wales Masters. So we've got a couple of races left, as I said, before the lunch break. We have the men's C double scull. This one also didn't run last year. So in lane 3, Mossman, James Petering and Michael Singer. In 4, Shoalhaven, Stuart Drury and Harry Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. In 5, John Olsen and Bill Todd from Newcastle. In lane 6, Hank Eversich and Remy Luxford from Sydney Uni. And in lane 7, oh, here they are. This is why Andrew Goldstein couldn't be part of that medal presentation. He's in a boat with Brad Smith. And they are in lane 7. So unfortunately, I didn't get to row with Brad Smith in the A and the B doubles because they got cancelled. So at least he's getting a row in the double with Andrew Goldstein. They're going to be quite a strong crew in this C double. The crew's just moving up to the line now. Just having a look at that medal tally. So North Shore leading the way at the moment. 12 gold medals. Mossman sitting in second. Mossman, I'm pretty sure, won, or no, they were up there. They won the Aussie Nationals last year, the medal tally. Melbourne won it this year in Tasmania, but a really good Nationals for Mossman as well, and being replicated in the New South Wales Masters, and Leichhardt in third. Lake Macquarie having a great time as well. They are sitting there in fourth, 6.5 medals.
Yeah, certainly a big contingent of Hunter and CDRA rowers. Always great to see. So looking as though we're going to get a start in a moment for race 100, the men's C double. This one also didn't go down the course last year on account of those strong winds. Certainly can't be said there's any breath of wind today though, Ben. So hopefully we'll get the rest of the program.
I know, it's just a bit annoying that we had a bit of fog this morning, wasn't it? It was perfect. It was perfect conditions. Don't envy the referees having to make a decision. It was almost as if they made the decision and then the fog cleared. Always happens like that, doesn't it?
It's always the way.
A few people had some bit more time to do some shopping or have a sleep in this morning, so... So you can just see those crews tapping up to the line. Looks as though they've got a pretty decent line there. And we're away. So men's C double underway here at the New South Wales Masters Rowing Championships. So a couple of representatives from Newcastle in the middle of the course in John Olsen and Bill Todd. Then you've got Brad Smith in lane 7 with Andrew Goldstein. Sydney Uni in 6 with Hank Eversich and Remy Luxford. Shoalhaven in 4 down from the south coast, up from the south coast I should say, Stuart Drury and Harry Davis, and then Mossman's James Petering and Michael Singer in lane 3. So a really good spread here. You got the north, the south, Sydney siders in this one, in the men's C double.
True state championship.
Yes.
In this race, but just before we get too far advanced in that, we'll just turn our attention back to the presentation podium in race 98, to the men's G single scull. So in third place, bronze medalist representing Newcastle is Peter Kemp. Second place and silver medal representing Manning River is Roy Halliday. And gold medalist champion in 2024 representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Stephen Schneegel. So congratulations to each of our medalists in the men's G single scull.
Good on you, Peter. Well done. What a great row there in the men's G single scull. Okay, so straight down to this men's C double. I can see the Mossman quad. They're getting ready for a medal presentation. They're watching on here as Andrew Goldstein comes down the course. So is this a battle here in the middle? It is coming through in first, Newcastle leading away. Now, this is very intriguing. This is very intriguing, Michael, because if you was asking me who was going to be the favourites heading into this one, I would have said Smith and Goldstein, but it's Olsen and Todd who are leading, and they have a good advantage, about 0.3 back to third place. It's 3.44 between those top two. So you feel like it's going to be a race between these two, which is...
Yeah. Well, the bookies don't get it right all the time, Ben, but certainly Newcastle Rowing Club, they've got a handy jump in this race, fighting off that strong combination, as you've alluded to, Smith and Goldstein of Newcastle and Mossman Rowing Clubs, respectively.
Yeah, well, I know John Olsen, Bill Todd, they were part of a men's C quad at Nationals. They've been training a lot throughout the season. They really enjoyed that experience down at Lake Barrington. John Olsen was testing out all the wineries as well during the week, I think, doing some cheese tasting. He absolutely loved it down there. And they are two wonderful blokes, and they're just been overtaken here. I thought the experience of Smith and Goldstein might come through in the back half of the race, but this is a terrific row from John Olsen and Bill Todd. They're going to have to lift it here going to the last 250 metres, but Smith and Goldstein, they can sniff the line here. They can sniff a New South Wales Masters Championship. There is some kind of response coming from the middle of the course, but it is that composite crew of Brad Smith and Andrew Goldstein. We just saw Andrew Goldstein part of that quad that won moments ago and claimed gold. This is going to be another gold medal heading the way of Mossman. They are powering towards the line.
Yeah, a really powerful response by that crew in lane 7, Mossman and Newcastle. It's going to be a win for Brad Smith and Andrew Goldstein in the men's C double. And having to settle for second place is Olsen and Todd of the Newcastle Rowing Club. Third place going to Mossman in lane 3. That's James Petering and Michael Singer. Fourth place going to Shoalhaven's, Stuart Jury and Harry Davis. And finally, coming across the line is Sydney University's Hank Evick and Remy Luxford in lane 6.
So awesome rowing there from Brad Smith and Andrew Goldstein. So too John Olsen and Bill Todd getting silver, and then Petering and Singer in the bronze medal position in the penultimate race, that one before the lunch break. And we've got an 8. We've got a mixed 8, mixed D to F8. This will be a little interesting. We've got some handicaps as well in this one. Have we got a medal presentation? No, we don't. So I'll take one for the team here, Michael, and read these.
Oh, good on you.
Out for you. In lane 4, Drummoyne's Charles Hamilton, David Page, Gabrielle Haythornwaite, Richard Jones, Janine Donovan, Amy Greenlees, Katrina Brangwyn, and Helen Burton, coxed by Wendy Roncolato. Lake Macquarie Newcastle Endeavour Composite in lane 5. Diane McShane from Endeavour, Marie Brown from Lake Macquarie, Kim Stedman from Lake Macquarie, Guillermo Gomez and Saldo from Lake Macquarie, Wayne Demar from Newcastle, Tracy Nyman from Lake Macquarie, Greg Evans from Lake Macquarie, and Shane Trotter from Lake Macquarie. Jeanette Beaton is the cox. And then Manning River Composite. This is an F crew, so they're off go. The other two crews were off 5 seconds, as you saw. Graham Nix, Nick Johnston, Glenn Herbert, Rhett Patterson, Amanda Cavell, Genevieve Dobbs, Joanne McPhellamy, Sue Edwards, and Jackie Peel is the cox.
Thank you, Ben. So we're underway in the mixed D to F8. And unsurprisingly, the Manning River crew is in the lead. Of course, they started first.
Yes, they did. This will be tough to pull back, though. This is well, obviously it's an experienced crew, but they have rowed together a lot as well. So you'd expect this kind of handicap is going to be tough for the rest of the crews to pull back. Drummoyne and the Lake Macquarie Newcastle Endeavour Composite. So CDRA crew, you can see them in the middle of the course. Look to be back in third place at the moment. And 5 seconds in an 8 race over 1,000 metres.
Pretty flattering,
yeah. So that Manning crew, here we go. This is the big test, isn't it? Is it more than 5 seconds that they've got here? Have they actually gained?
Yeah, I would suggest that they have been. Yeah, really impressive row coming from that Manning River composite. Plenty of time.
Wow.
There you
look,
go.
look at that. So they could have started off go and been there. Now, this is the Mossman crew. Panda Andrew Goldstein, he's just joined them. That was the men's D quad. All right, Brad Smith's presenting medals. What's going on there? Men's D quad, Mark Lewant, Magnus Butland, Alexander Deutsch and Andrew Goldstein, the New South Wales champions in the men's D quad. And the double scull presentation for the men's C double is going to be coming up very, very shortly.
But for the moment, the Manning River composite crew are not getting challenged for the lead in this one. And I would suggest it's may even be too late. Yeah, strong row coming from the Manning River crew in those distinctive red and blue vertical stripes.
Yeah, they've got a lovely new clubhouse up there at Taree. Of course, it was damaged in the storms of a number of years ago, but it is absolutely magnificent, the setup they've got there. Everyone, of course, heading up there for Taree Summer Regatta every year would know that, and it's a wonderful rowing club, and they are only about 50 to 100 metres from the line now from a state title.
Yeah, well-deserved win coming up for Manning River Rowing Club here. I think Drummoyne might have eaten a little bit of that advantage back, but certainly nowhere near enough to knock Manning River off the top of the podium there. So win for Manning River in lane 6. Second place going the way of Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 4. And Lake Macquarie, Newcastle and Endeavour Rowing Clubs having to settle for third.
Alrighty, well let's get to the presentation of medals for the men's C double scull. Hopefully they get themselves in position pretty quickly. Alrighty, here we go. Presentation of medals for the men's C double scull. Third place and bronze medalists from Mossman, James Petering and Michael Singer. Second place and silver medalists from Newcastle Rowing Club, John Olsen and Bill Todd. And gold medalists and New South Wales state champions for 2024, Brad Smith and Andrew, the Panda, Goldstein. You can pay me for that later, Panda. Oh, look at that, and he's got 2 medals as well from that quad, just to make it all clear. So congratulate our medalists for the men's C double scull state title for 2024.
this afternoon's sessions of racing with race 102, the first heat of the men's D double scull. And so this progression is 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the final, and the remainder will be eliminated. So in lane 3, representing Lake Macquarie and Newcastle Rowing Clubs is Brad Smith and Sean Ryan. In lane 4 from the University of New South Wales is Matthew Fahon and Mohammed Aid. In lane 5 from Shoalhaven is Harry Davis and Chris Turner from Shoalhaven. In lane 6 from Glebe is Andy Wigan and Kenneth Major. And in lane 7 from Endeavour is Leon Cossins and Christopher Bonamini, coached by Peter Bond. So, delightfully been joined up in the tower by Alexandra Wenyon of Rowing New South Wales.
G'day.
So, the race 102 is underway, and we've got in the lead, by the looks of things, I think it might be the Shoalhaven crew in lane 5 in the middle of the course, but certainly far too early to tell.
Yeah, it's brightened up to be beautiful conditions this afternoon, hasn't it, from our slightly foggy start this morning.
That's an understatement. It was very foggy. Fantastic to get back underway, as you say, Alex, with some sparkling conditions on this Sydney winter afternoon.
Are we winter or are we autumn at the moment?
Oh, gee, you're asking the hard questions already. Yeah, so it does appear as though those two crews on the far side of the course, so Lake Macquarie Composite and the University of New South Wales, perhaps just off the pace a little bit.
Yeah, I think Brad has had quite a lot of racing this weekend. I've seen him in quite a few of the boats, so maybe the fatigue is setting in. Yeah,
so Andy Wigan and Kenneth Major of Glebe Rowing Club in the lead. Shoalhaven currently running second, that's Davis and Turner. Third place at the moment is being occupied by Lake Macquarie, Newcastle, Smith and Ryan. Fourth place is a bit closer, but it's Cossins and Bonamini representing Endeavour Rowing Club, followed by Matthew Fahon and Mohammed Aid from the University of New South Wales. So Glebe Rowing Club's Andy Wigan and Kenneth Major coming into the final 250 metres of the race. And just looking to their right, they're not being put under a great amount of stress by Harry Davis and Chris Turner of Shoalhaven, but there is still 200 metres to row. But that margin is pretty flattering at this stage. And Glebe Rowing Club just increasing their rate of striking, coming up to the line, and a really tidy finish to this row by Andy Wigan and Kenneth Major. It's going to be a win for Glebe Rowing Club. Second place is going to go the way of Shoalhaven's Harry Davis and Chris Turner, in that a distinctive reverse chevron print on their zoot suits. Third place is going to be claimed by Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Sean Ryan, and Newcastle Rowing Club's Brad Smith. And fourth place to Endeavour, Leo Cossins and Christopher Bonamini, coached by Peter Bond. And finally, to complete this race is University of New South Wales, represented by Matthew Fahon and Mohammed Aid. Race 103 on the course now. It's the second heat of the men's D double scull with a similar top four progression through to race 119 in the final, and the remainder will be eliminated. So the first four crews across the line will progress with only one crew to miss out. So in lane 3, representing Newcastle Rowing Club, is Wayne Deemar and John Olsen. In lane 4 from Mossman is Magnus Butlin and Alexander Deutsch. In lane 5 from Lake Macquarie is Greg Evans and Shane Trotter. In lane 6 from Glebe is Christopher Nietzsche and James Wentworth. And finally, in lane 7 representing Manning River is Rhett Patterson and Glenn Herbert. And looks as though that crew from Mossman is in the lead, and certainly through the 500 metres they had some 4 seconds ahead of advantage over Glebe, I should say. Third place at the moment, Manning River, followed by Lake Macquarie in fourth, and Newcastle currently in the hot seat, looking to avoid elimination from the event. Yeah, so certainly a fantastic effort coming down the course by that Mossman crew, Butlin and Deutsch, who have put a number of lengths into the rest of the competition here. It's difficult to say who's in second place. I think it might be the Glebe crew, Christopher Nietzsche and James Wentworth. But it's a pretty close contest between Glebe, who are currently in second, but also they're being pressed all the way by Rhett Patterson and Glenn Herbert from Manning River. And also not out of that competition either is Greg Evans and Shane Trotter of Lake Macquarie. So you've got two CDRA boats pressing their Sydney colleagues in the Glebe colours, and just a late push coming here for the silver medal position by Manning River. Patterson and Herbert just pressing past the Glebe Rowing Club. It's certainly going to be a win for Mossman in lane 4, but Manning River has fantastically just overtaken Glebe in those past couple of strokes. Win for Mossman in lane 4, and second place, a fantastic effort in the final 100 metres by Manning River to seize the silver medal. Third place going the way of Glebe Rowing Club, and having to settle for fourth, Lake Macquarie. And missing out on progression in this event, it's going to be Newcastle Rowing Club in lane 3.
So just on your screens at the moment, we have race 104 just lining up. That is the women's H8s scull. Current title holders for this are Canberra Rowing Club. So over in lane 4, we've got the Sydney University and Bunbury Composite with Lisa Cotty, Anne Tout, Jo Pollett, Kerry Bigsworth. In lane 5, we've got Manning River. That is Genevieve Dobbs, Sue Edwards, Gay Pullen and Kay Smith. In lane 6, we have Mossman Rowing Club of Kathy Wood, Anne Taylor, Margaret Small and Liz Burrows. And then over in lane 7, we have Canberra Rowing Club. Fighting for their title again is Susan Lineker, Kathy Finlay, Gillian College and Yanni Corrie. And race 104 is all underway. All boats are off out the blocks, blasting out of the start of the women's H2M quad scull. So we had the Sydney University Composite over in lane 4, Manning River, lane 5, Mossman Rowing Club in lane 6. And Canberra Rowing Club in lane 7, and there was a 17-second handicap that Canberra Rowing Club had there. It's had a nice clean start from all crews, staying fairly centre into their lanes in the women's H2M quad scull. So there we have Canberra Rowing Club on your screens, just going through the 500 metre mark. And we've got quite the tussle happening between Manning River and the Sydney Uni Bunbury Composite crew for that silver medal. So coming up to the line, we have Canberra Rowing Club in the women's H&M quad scull. And there was quite the tussle going on between the Manning River and the Sydney Uni Composite at the 500 metre mark. But it looks like the Sydney University Composite and Bunbury Rowing Club have just crossed the line ahead of Manning River, about a length ahead of Mosman Rowing Club. So next up on your screen is race 105, men's I to M8. The current title holder for this is Mosman. Over in lane 4 we have the Mosman Composite, and over in lane 5 we have the North Shore Composite. There's a 28-second handicap in this race. So just on your screen at the moment, we are riding with Peter Mayo, John Newcomb, James Taylor, Robert Drury, John Stewart, John May, John Hardy, Philip Tidderton, coxed by Renee Domaches. And now on your screen, we have the North Shore Composite. There's quite a few clubs bundled into this one. It's North Shore, Drummoyne, St George, Canberra, Leichhardt, Newington Masters. So quite a few clubs there together in that North Shore Composite. And we have Les Higgins, Nick Dorsch, Michael College, Ian Toll, Graham Wern, John James, David Kay, with Len Walter and Jacqueline Marks coxing at that North Shore Composite. So they went off the go and then had a 20-second handicap off the Mosman Composite, and the gap between the two crews at the 500 metres were 10 seconds. So Mosman certainly coming back. They've put a really big push in there, trying to strike their race rhythm down to get their bows ahead of that North Shore Composite. And on the medal pontoons at the moment, we have Canberra Rowing Club just receiving their medals from the women's H&M quad scull. So congratulations there to Canberra Rowing Club. And on the course at the moment, we have the men's I to M8, and Mosman have put a really, really big push in there, managed to get their bows ahead of that North Shore Composite. Will they get clear water in the last 100 metres of this race? I think they might well have just done from the angle from the finish tower. Coxed expertly there by Renee. represented Australia in the Para 4 at Tokyo. She will be chuffed with that. So congratulations to Mossman, men's ITM8 gold medalists over North Shore Composite. Quite the licorice all short boat of all of those different clubs there, but congratulations, chaps. And on your screens at the moment, we have race 106. That is the Women's A Quad Scull. Over in lane 3, we have the Mossman Black Mountain and Richmond Composite. Lane 4, Leichhardt Composite of Leichhardt and Shoalhaven. In lane 5, we have Glebe Rowing Club. And in lane 6, we have North Shore, Manning River and Lake Macquarie Composite. That is race 106 of the Women's A Quad Scull. And on the medal pontoon, we have the Women's H8s Quad Sculls. So congratulations there to Manning River Rowing Club, Genevieve Dobbs, Sue Edwards, Gay Pullin and Kate Smith. So coming down the course, we have race 106, the Women's A Quad Scull. The Mossman Composite has taken a lead there through the 500 metres, about a 4-second lead over the Glebe Rowing Club crew, who've then got a half-second lead on the Leichhardt and Shoalhaven crew, and then about a 7-second lead on the North Shore Composite. But it's quite the tussle that we have got for that silver medal between Glebe and Leichhardt. This is bow-ball to bow-ball. This is neck and neck here. But that Mossman Composite are looking fairly comfortable in their lead there. Taking their final few strokes to the line. I think in this second place, Glebe have just got their bow-ball ahead, about 3/4 of a canvas ahead of that Leichhardt and Shoalhaven crew. That was a fantastic race there from Glebe, Leichhardt and Shoalhaven. So congratulations to those medalists of the Women's A Quad Scull. And just approaching the line, we have the North Shore and Manning River and Lake Macquarie Composite. Well done, ladies. Fantastic racing. And on your screens now, we have race 107. That is the men's C8. Over in lane 3, North Shore. Lane 4, University of New South Wales. Lane 5 is Leichhardt, and lane 6 is Mossman. So in the men's C8, we'll just give a quick shout out to our crews. We've got lane 3, North Shore, Kwang Nguyen, Nick O'Brien, Andy Jeffries, Joe Daly, Kieran Shecker, Jeffrey Berry, George Loiterton, Tom Payton, Jane Coxby, Jane Kavanagh. Lane 4, we've got University of New South Wales. That's Scott Anthony Mason, Michael Pickford, Alexander Lazaro, Nicholas Laverow, George Lazaro, Ben Whalen, Andrew McEnroe, James Halliday, coxed by Angela Zhang. Over in lane 5 we have Leichhardt, we have Edward Palmisano, Rob Gilmore, Tom Allen, James Dupree, Thomas Newsom, Benjamin Farrer, Rob Coxar, Charles Buzzacott, coxed by Ruth Kelly. And lastly, in lane 6, we have Mossman Rowing Club, and that is Scott Beachley, Brenton Yates, Andrew Horrigan, Andrew Croker, Lachlan Evans, Ian Alsop, Andrew Goldstein, Justin Hooker, coxed by Michael Rasmussen. So coming through the 500, Leichhardt have taken a lead, about a 5-second lead over Mossman, who have then got a 3.75 second lead over University of New South Wales, closely followed by North Shore with a 2.94 seconds behind. So Leichhardt looking pretty strong here. Seems like they're sending a really good race rhythm down through the boat. But I think this is going to be an excellent race here for third place. Both Mossman and University of New South Wales just chucking everything that they've got at it. I think Mossman have just got a fraction of the lead over University of New South Wales here. Leichhardt coming into the last 100 metres of their race, last few strokes, followed by Mossman. Can they get Clearwater off away from the University of New South Wales? Yes, they can. So Mossman coming through to take the silver medal in the men's C8, closely followed by University of New South Wales in the bronze medal position. And North Shore just coming up to the line. Last few strokes there for them. And just on your screens lining up at the moment, we have the men's G coxless 4. Over in lane 2, we've got St George, lane 3, Leichhardt 2, lane 4, Manning River, lane 5, Lake Macquarie, lane 6, Armadale, and lane 7, Leichhardt 1. And they are underway. That is start of race 108, men's G coxless 4s. So we've got a fantastic race on our hands in race 108, the men's G coxless 4s. A little bit of steering there. They are back on their stations, safely back in their lane. Oh. And now on the medal pontoon, we have the Women's A quad scull about to receive their medals. So for the silver medal, we have Glebe Rowing Club. Congratulations, Glebe, of Elizabeth Lester, Lindy Rowe, Heidi Lindell, and Jacqueline Harris. Congratulations. And for the gold medal, we have the Mossman and Black Mountain and Richmond Composite. Congratulations to Kate Dybel from Richmond, Helen Pearce, also from Richmond. Zoe Lynham from Black Mountain and Amy Clay from Mossman. Congratulations. And back to race 108, the men's G coxless fours. We have Manning River out in front, just ahead of Lake Macquarie, who are giving everything they've got into this race in the last few strokes. Lake Macquarie still got overlap with Manning River, who've just taken it to the line with the gold medal. Lake Macquarie out in second, but who's going to get bronze? Really tight race, but I think that lane 6 have just pipped that one, and that is Armadale Rowing Club, who will be pleased with that. Congratulations, gents. Fantastic racing there, and the men's G coxless 4. So on the medal pontoon at the moment, we've got race 107. This is men's C8. In first place, we had Leichhardt. Second place, we have Mossman. And third place, University of New South Wales. Congratulations, gents. So in third place, representing the University of New South Wales, Scott Anthony Mason, Michael Pickford, Alexander Lazarow, Nicholas Lazarow, George Lazarow, Ben Whalen, Andrew McEnroe, James Halliday, coxed by Angela Zeng. Congratulations. In silver medal position, we had Mossman Rowing Club of Scott Beachley, Brenton Yates, Andrew Horrigan, Andrew Croker, Lachlan Evans, Ian Allsop, Andrew Goldstein, Justin Hooker, coxed by Michael Rasmussen. And in the gold medal position, we have Leichhardt Rowing Club of Edward Palmisano, Rob Gilmore, Tom Allen, James Dupree, Thomas Newsom, Benjamin Farrer, Rob Coxar, Charles Buzzacott, coxed by Ruth Kelly. Congratulations to Leichhardt Rowing Club, champions of the men's C8. And on your screens at the moment, we have race 109 coming down the course. That is the women's C pair. Over in lane 4, we have Lake Macquarie of Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. And in lane 5, the North Shore Mossman Composite of Lucy Stackpole-Moore and Olivia Tung. And that North Shore Composite have come through the 500 metre marker with quite a comfortable lead of 10 seconds over Lake Macquarie in the women's C pair. On the course at the moment, we have race 109, the women's C pair. The North Shore and Mossman Composite of Lucy Stackpole-Moore and Olivia Tung just coming into their final few strokes, taking the gold medal. Ahead of Lake Macquarie's Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. Congratulations to both crews, fantastic racing. Off the blocks, we have the women's G double scull. That's race 110. Over in lane 3, we have Newcastle Rowing Club, Sue Brown and Sharon Butler. Lane 4, Mossman Rowing Club, Kathy Wood and Liz Burrows. Lane 5, Endeavour Rowing Club of Chris Brennan and Lindy Nisbet. Lane 6, North Shore Rowing Club with Karen Knowles and Janet Pendleton. Lane 7, we have Black Mountain Rowing Club of Fiona Martin and Leslie Hodgson. So coming through the 500 metre mark, Black Mountain have taken a 2-second lead over Endeavour Rowing Club. Endeavour in second place over Newcastle, then followed by North Shore, and then Mossman in 5th place. So on the course at the moment, we have the women's G double sculls. Coming into the red boys, we have Black Mountain Rowing Club in lane 7. Endeavour Rowing Club are about a length and a half behind them in silver medal position at the moment. And then Newcastle over there in the far lane. Can they hold on to bronze medal position? But number 7 is Black Mountain, have just taken the gold medal. Endeavour just crossing the line in silver medal position. North Shore putting in a really big push there. Are they going to take the bronze medal? That's really tight there between North Shore and Newcastle over there in the far lane for that bronze medal position. We will wait to see who has taken that bronze medal. Just on the medal pontoon, we have the men's G coxless 4. Congratulations for Armadale, who are receiving the bronze medal. That is John Grant, Milton Kirkpatrick, Timothy Rogers, and Hugh Darwick. Congratulations to Armadale, the bronze medalists of the men's G coxless 4. And for the gold medal, we have Manning River Rowing Club, comprised of Graham Nix, Roy Halliday, Murray Doust, and Nick Johnson. Congratulations to Manning River, the gold medalists of the men's G coxless 4. And I just have the results through from race 110, the women's G double sculls. Black Mountain Rowing Club in first, Endeavour in second, and Newcastle ahead of North Shore. That was a fantastic race there, 0.04 seconds ahead of North Shore. So very, very tight racing in that women's G double scull. And on the course at the moment, we have the race 111, the men's F pair. Over in lane 3, we have the St George Black Mountain Composite. Lane 4, University of New South Wales. Lane 5, the Glebe Newcastle Composite. And lane 6, the North Shore Rowing Club boat. So at the 500 metres, we've got St George Black Mountain out ahead, followed by North Shore, who are 6 seconds behind. Then we've got the University of New South Wales crew 1.2 seconds behind there. So in the men's F pair race 111, looks like we've got a scratch from the Glebe Newcastle Composite. So we've just got St George, University of New South Wales and North Shore. That's St George Black Mountain Composite out in front. Fairly comfortable lead. But we've got quite the battle going on here between the University of New South Wales and North Shore for that silver medal position. As we come into the last 100 metres of the men's F pair. I think that North Shore have just got their bows ahead. A little bit of steering going on as they graze the boys coming into the last few strokes of this race. But North Shore have pulled ahead to take that silver medal position. All things going well as they finish their last stroke there. North Shore in second, with University of New South Wales in third place. That's the men's F pair. And on your screens, we have race 112, the women's D coxless 4. Over in lane 4, Black Mountain, lane 5, Leichhardt, and lane 6 is the Mossman North Shore Composite. Strong clean start from all of these crews in the women's D coxless 4s. So race 112 just coming down the course now, the women's D coxless 4s. Leichhardt just in the centre of your screen there, which is Jennifer Zonger, M. Barrack, Susan Huggett and Daniela Borgett, coached by Steve Sherry. It looks like quite the race that we've got on our hands coming down the course in the women's D coxless 4s between Leichhardt there and the Mossman North Shore Composite. I think Leichhardt have just got their bows 0.46 seconds ahead of that Mossman North Shore Composite. We've got Ruth Gibson, Catherine Boland from North Shore, Kim Lurry and Clarissa Kleiman representing Mossman. And on your screen, Black Mountain just crossing through the 500 metre mark there. But this is going to be a really, really good battle that we've got on our hands with 0.46 seconds separating Leichhardt, Mossman and North Shore Composite at the 500 metre mark. Just got a little bit of steering that happened from Mossman and North Shore. And here we go. On the medal pontoon, we have the presentation for the women's G double sculls. This was an exceptional race with 0.04 seconds separating the bronze and silver medal. Congratulations to Newcastle Rowing Club, who just got their bows ahead of North Shore on the line to take the bronze medal of the women's G double sculls. And congratulations there to Sue Brown and Sharon Butler from Newcastle Rowing Club. In the silver medal position, we have Endeavour Rowing Club of Chris Brennan and Lindsay Nisbet, coached by Peter Bond. And in the first gold medal position, we have Black Mountain Rowing Club of Fiona Martin and Leslie Hodgson. And on the track, we have the North Shore crew have just pulled ahead about half a boat length at this stage. The North Shore Mossman Composite crew ahead of Leichhardt, 3/4 of boat length ahead of Leichhardt in the women's D coxless 4. Fantastic race there from both crews. And Black Mountain just crossing the line there in the women's D coxless 4. So just lining up on your screens, we have race 113. This is the men's H single scull. In lane 3, we have Mark Cheaton from Glebe Rowing Club, lane 5, Rodney Stewart from Melbourne, and lane 7, Peter McCartney from ANU. So next up on the medal pontoon, we have the men's F pair. So congratulations to all of our competitors in the men's F pair. In the bronze medal position, we have University of New South Wales of David Lees and Matthew Bayfield. In silver medal position, we have North Shore Rowing Club of Maximilian Ott and Nick Johnson, coached by Kim Rudder. And in the gold medal position, we have the St George Black Mountain Composite. Mark Partridge representing Black Mountain Rowing Club and Stephen Harrison representing St George, coached by Bruce Williams. Your medalists of the men's F pair. Congratulations, gents. And on your screens, we have race 113, the men's H single scull. So just a gentle reminder to everyone, we have the Rowing New South Wales dinner coming up on Thursday, the 6th of June. You still can get a ticket, so those close on Thursday, so make sure that you purchase your tickets for then. It's going to be a wonderful evening. It's $95 with 2 courses, so if you head over to the website, you can still bag a ticket before they close on Thursday. So please, we would love to see you there and celebrate this year's achievements in this season. And back to the racing of 113, the men's H single scull. Mark Cheaton from Glebe Rowing Club out in front. 2.97 seconds behind him was Rodney Stewart from Melbourne. And in third place, about 6 seconds behind him was Peter McCartney from ANU. Lovely flat conditions here that you would like to see if you were a single sculler. And on the medals pontoons, we have the women's D coxless fours. Your silver medalists are Leichhardt Rowing Club. That is Jennifer Zonga, Em Barak, Susan Huggett and Daniela Borgett, coached by Steve Sherry. Congratulations, your silver medalists for the women's D coxless four. And your gold medalists are the Mossman North Shore Composite of Ruth Gibson, Catherine Boland representing North Shore, and Kim Lowry and Clarissa Kleiman represented Mossman, coached by Guy Morgan. In the men's H single scull, it looks like Rodney Stewart here has pulled through over Glebe Rowing Club's Mark Cheaton for about a 2-length lead as he crosses the line. And Mark crossing the line in silver medal position, and Peter McCartney just in the last few strokes from ANU. On the course now is race 114, the women's F8. over in lane 1, we have Sydney University and Bunbury Composite. Lane 2 is Canberra Rowing Club. Lane 3 is the Drummoyne Mossman Composite. Lane 4, we have North Shore. Lane 7, we have Lake Macquarie, Manning River, Endeavour, ANU, North Shore and St George Composite in lane 7. Coming through the 500 metre mark, we have North Shore 1.3.5 seconds over Lake Macquarie Composite, and in third place the Drummoyne Mossman Composite. In fourth, the Sydney Uni and Bunbury Composite crew, followed by Canberra Rowing Club. So on your screens now we have that Lake Macquarie Composite. Quite a few clubs have been thrown together there. And they crossed that 500 metre mark in second place, just behind North Shore. Can they pull through? Can North Shore hold on? What have you got, North Shore? We're through 250 metres left. Coming up to the Red Boys. Can North Shore hold on to that gold medal? And North Shore just approaching the line. Last few strokes of the women's F8 ahead of the Lake Macquarie Composite. And Drummoyne Mossman Composite following behind in third place. And on the medal pontoons, we have the men's H single scull. In silver medal position is Mark Cheaton from Glebe Rowing Club. Congratulations, Mark. And in the gold medal position is Rodney Stewart from Melbourne. And on your screens at the moment, we have race 115, the men's E quad scull. Over in lane 2, Lake Macquarie. Lane 3, St George, Glebe and Leichhardt Composite. Lane 4, Endeavour Rowing Club. Lane 5, Shoalhaven. Lane 6, Mossman. And Lane 7, Drummoyne. So the St George Composite has just crossed the 500 metre marker ahead of Lake Macquarie, who have got a 0.47 lead over Shoalhaven. In fourth we have Drummoyne, and in fifth place we have Mossman. So just as we wait for the men's E quad sculls to come down the course, we've got a reminder here to please get involved and check out the Port Macquarie, mini marathon. So that's a 25-kilometre mini marathon. There are lots of cash mystery prizes totaling $1,500, and this is a huge event on Sunday the 18th of August 2024. If you just head over to the Port Macquarie Rowing Club website, you can find out more information and how to get involved. So we have the men's E quad scull just coming down to the line here. In lane 3, the St George, Glebe and Leichhardt Rowing Club crew in the gold medal position as they just cross the line now. Over in lane 2, Lake Macquarie battling it out, trying to hold on to that silver medal, and they have. Over a fantastic race put together by Shoalhaven Rowing Club. Coming up to the line now is Drummoyne over in lane 7 and Mossman in the last few strokes of their race in lane 6. And Endeavour Rowing Club just crossing the line there in lane 4, and that concludes the men's E quad sculls. Just on your screen, we have race 116, the men's B single sculls. Over in lane 3 is Charles Buzzacott for Leichhardt Rowing Club. Lane 4, Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne. Lane 5, we have Chris Raymond from Canberra Rowing Club, and Remy Luxford over in lane 6 from Sydney University. And on the medal pontoon at the moment, we have the women's F8, and it looks like we are joined by a very special guest to help hand out the medals. So let's put our hands together, ready to clap the women's F8 as they receive their medals. On the course is the men's B single sculls. Here we go. It is the women's F8 medal presentation. Let's get our hands together for the Drummoyne Composite, Drummoyne and Mossman Rowing Club in the bronze medal position. Congratulations to Rowena Stewart, Bridget Austin, Leonie Collins, Margaret Sproul, Marcella Cox, Jodie Panokopoulos, Yasmin Finnegan, Sky Smith, coxed by Wendy Roncolto. So congratulations to your bronze medalist, Drummoyne and Mossman Rowing Club. And in second place is the composite boat of Lake Macquarie, Manning River, Endeavour, ANU, North Shore and St George. From Manning River, Joanne McPhellamy, Lake Macquarie, Tracy Nyman, Catherine James from North Shore, Sue Donoghue from ANU, Elaine Bissiker from ANU, Diane McShane from Endeavour, and Amanda Cavill from Manning River, Anne Campbell from Lake Macquarie, coxed by Jackie Peel. Please bear with me as I try and get all of my rowing clubs learnt. Congratulations to the Lake Macquarie composite in second place. And your gold medalists are North Shore Rowing Club, the gold medalists of the Women's F8. So they've retained their title. Congratulations to Virginia Fabro, Susan Walter, Elizabeth Lowe, Susan Wannon, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Jane Kavanagh, coached by Kim Rudder. Congratulations, ladies. And congratulations to all of our medalists of the Women's F8. So just a quick recap from race 116 of the men's B single scull. Drummoyne Rowing Club, that is Nicholas Brown, came in first place. Second place is Chris Raymond from Canberra. And in third place is Remy Luxford from Sydney University. Next up, we have race 117, the Women's E Single Scull. Over in lane 1, Carmel Taylor from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Lane 2, Annalise Appleton from North Shore. Lane 5, Drummoyne 2, Kathleen Hextall. Lane 6, Lake Macquarie, Marie Brown. Lane 7, Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine. Lane 8, Newcastle Uni, Jules Bosco. And Lane 9, Newcastle Uni, Alicia Sager. So as we come up to the 500 metre mark there, Kathleen Hextall has got a pretty commanding lead. She crosses the 500 metres 12 seconds ahead of an Annalise Appleton, who is 3 seconds ahead of Carmel Taylor, then followed by Louise Termine, and then Jules Bosco in 5th place, and Alicia Sager in 6th place. Then followed by Marie Brown in 7th place in the Women's E Single Sculls. So we've had a really great row here from Kathleen Hextall from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Over there in lane 5 with a pretty commanding lead in the women's E single scull. So on the medal pontoon, we have the medalists for the, bear with me 2 seconds whilst I find my notes, the men's E quad scull. Congratulations, our bronze medalists are Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Bradley Sewell, Stuart Drury, Andreas Medinas and Mark Whitaker. In second place we have Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Sean Donza, Stuart Boyd, Sean Ryan and Jeremy Smith. And our gold medalists are the St George Glebe Leichhardt Composite of Richard Medway, Andy Wigan, Ayrton Granger Ramos and Alan Robertson. Congratulations, our medalists of the men's E quad scull. And on your screen at the moment we have the race 118 of the women's B quad scull. The current title holders of this are Glebe Rowing Club. Over in lane 4, Glebe will hope to retain their title. Lane 5, the Mossman, Black Mountain and Richmond Composite. And over in lane 6 is the North Shore Lake Macquarie Composite. There's Mossman Composite having a really, really good row there. Setting up a really good strong rhythm as they come into the last 100 metres of their race. And the women's B quad sculls. So it's not to be for Glebe this year to retain their title. as the Mossman composite of Kate Dybel, Helen Pearce, Zoe Lynham and Amy Clay cross the finish line. And we have Glebe Rowing Club over in lane 4, taking it all the way to the line, just over that North Shore Lake Macquarie composite. Now on the medal pontoon we have the men's B single sculls. Congratulations to Remy Luxford from Sydney University. In silver we have Chris Raymond from Canberra and our gold medalist Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne Rowing Club. And on the medal pontoon, we have our medalists for the women's E single scull. Congratulations to Jules Bosco from Newcastle Uni. Annalise Appleton from North Shore, coached by John James. And Kathleen Hextall from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Your medalists from the women's E single sculls. And they are off. This is race 119, the men's D double sculls. So we had some heats in this race, and we have ended up with lane 1 is Endeavour Rowing Club, lane 2 Glebe, lane 3 Shoalhaven, lane 4 Mossman, lane 5 Glebe, lane 6 Manning River, and lane 7 the Lake Macquarie Newcastle Composite, and lane 8 is Lake Macquarie. So we have a great race on our hands in race 119, the men's D double scull. Out in front in first place are Mossman at this stage at the 500 metres, followed by Glebe Rowing Club 1 second behind them. Then at 1.5 seconds behind them we have Lake Macquarie and Newcastle Rowing Club. So it is all to play for on the course in the men's D double sculls. So Mossman just hitting the red boys there, last 100 metres of their race, and they've managed to hold on to a lead as they approach the last few strokes in this men's D double scull. That is Mangus Butlin and Alexander Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club coming into their final few strokes in that gold medal position. Can Lake Macquarie and Newcastle pip it off Glebe? No, we've just got Glebe crossing the line in the silver medal position in a very tight race there with lane 7 of Brad Smith and Sean Ryan from Lake Macquarie and Newcastle. And on the medal pontoon, we have the women's B quad sculls. So coming down the track is the final race of the regatta, the men's A single sculls. We've got a fantastic race here for the gold medal position between Odin McIntosh from Newcastle University in lane 6 and Ben Nagapa from Glebe. There's Odin McIntosh that has taken the gold medal. Ben Homer has crossed the line in silver. And third, we have Jason Waddell from the PM Rowing Club. And on the medal pontoon, I am delighted to introduce the Women's B Quad Sculls. Your silver medalists are Glebe Rowing Club. We have Elizabeth Lester, Belindy Rowe, Heidi Lindell, and Jacqueline Harris. Congratulations, Glebe Rowing Club, silver medalist for the Women's B Quad Scull. And your gold medalists are the Mossman Black Mountain and Richmond Composite. Representing Mossman is Amy Clay. Representing Richmond are Kate Dybel and Helen Pearce. And then Zoe Lynham is representing Black Mountain Rowing Club. Congratulations, ladies, your medalists for the Women's B Quad Scull. And as the regatta draws to a close, I would just like to thank you all so much for coming and attending the New South Wales Masters State Champs.